Alright. Let's get started. Hello everyone, I'm Nikolaus and welcome to the channel. Today I'm gonna do another Hack the Box machine, which is called Abducted. It's a medium one and it's of course a Linux machine. So without further ado, let's get into it. And first of all, I'm gonna start the machine. And as always, I have connected to the VPN. I have created my Tmax session with my default panels, which is the scan, the exploit, and the post-exploit. And here for the VPN and share, I have two splitted panels. The one is for the VPN, of course, and the second one is where I supposed to have all my shared files when I'm about to share any tools into the machine. My second one is about the scans, so here I'm gonna do any necessary scans for enumeration. For the exploit pin, usually here is when I'm doing the most exploitation part. And the post-exploit, after we get access to the server, I'm gonna do some other enumeration here and run some other tools to figure out what is going on to the server. So we are waiting to get our IP. Our IP is already here. So first things first, I set up the target so I don't have to copy paste every time the IP. And first we start with an nmap scan, and then I will pipe all the results to the specific folder. So let's see. So we have some ports already here. We have the 139, 22, and 445. Also, I'm gonna add to my host the necessary host names. Verify that the hostname is already there. Cool. The scan is already completed. Hello, Gun Golf. So yeah, AI doing a lot of stuff nowadays. So yes, I don't want to follow that path. Of course, I'm using AI for several things, but I don't want the AI to do the job I want to do. I use AI to do the job that I don't want to do. So yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to keep my motivation up, so yes, so that's why I'm keep doing the boxes to keep me sharp. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. But I hope that also motivates you to start doing some boxes, even though the AI is there. Okay, I understand that, but yeah, keep in mind that when you're doing things, you you get more familiar, and yeah, you elevate your experience, let's say like that. And after you finish doing manually by your own, then use AI to do some other stuff for you, right? Or use it at the same time to help you doing things. Don't let the AI do the stuff for you. I mean, it's boring if you think about it. And again, yeah, as I always say, if you leave something, it leaves you as well. So don't follow that path. Use the AI wisely and when it's needed, right? To explain to you stuff, to help you craft payloads maybe faster or so. But yeah, I know. AI, it's really a trading thing right now, but let's hope that it's just a bubble which is about to pop out someday. It has already popped out, to be honest, but yeah. Alright, we don't have a web port I can see. We have a 445 net BIOS here, which is cool. And also 139, which is also the same, it's similar to 445. We have the Samba SMBD. So probably we're gonna have some shares here. We will see how it goes. And we have also a 22 SSH port. Cool, so probably we're gonna start enumerating the SMB ports. Probably yes. So for that, we're gonna start with classic SMB enumeration. Yeah, I don't see something else. Also, there is an nmap wool scanner, but let me remember how to do it. Some wool scans, so we can use also nmap to give us something. Let me grab a little bit. Wools, how it's called? It's been a while, so let me Google a little bit. Nmap wool scripts. Yeah, it's called wool, I remember that, but it's been a while that I have run it, so I don't remember the syntax. The so-called NSE scan scripts. It's script wool in the target. Okay, cool. Let's see. And we can specify specific, yes, exactly. We can specify which target, which wounds we want to scan, but let's run it. I think it's gonna run for everything. So while you're running the scan, and you forgot to make it verbose, you can, after the scan is running, you can press V 1 time for increase to 1, 2 times for increase to 2, and 3 times to increase to 3. So if you forgot to specify the verbose mode, you can press V, the V key, to make it then understand that, okay, I'm looking for for the burst mode. Yes, I also have my notes always next to me, but I had an issue last time and I broke my notes somehow, so I'm trying now to recover some of my notes, so I'm gonna keep working on that. But also Google it's your friend, or for this case DuckDuckGo, because last time I mentioned that okay, Google sometimes asks you to do a captcha for that, so yeah, I don't like that. But to be honest, Google gives you better results, right? When you want to search something and you want to find the most of it, it's probably better to use Google for that. But if you want privacy, it's better to use DuckDuckGo. But yeah, depends. Exactly, my brain is like a cheese. Yeah. It happens a lot, right? Of course, when you use something every day, you remember it. But when you haven't used something for a while, you keep forgetting it. And yeah, of course, we are lost without our notes, right? We are humans. We cannot remember everything at the top of our head, right? Exactly, even at work, exactly. Okay, it depends. At work, if you're doing the same thing every day, so after some time you remember exactly what you're doing. But yeah, if you want something specific or you haven't done it for a while, you need to consult your notes. From Malvad, what's the Malvad? With privacy, okay, I'm gonna look at it a little bit. I'm interested now, but what is this? Okay, it's a VPN. Mobile search. It's a search engine. Yeah. Malvad, how it's pronounced. Okay. It's a misleading. Search engine. Should be here somewhere, right? So it has a specific site. Yeah, let's go back to the scan. But I will keep that as a note to check the Malvad thing. Yeah, probably it's gonna be useful for some reason. Yeah. Okay. The scan completed, but it checked for the... Yeah, probably those are Windows ones. No, that's the Samba. Okay. But returned false. Okay, so I don't see something here. Okay. I'm gonna start enumerate it a little bit manually, but let me grab myself a little bit because I have some notes. In my as ZSH history, sometimes I have some spoilers for my exams, so I will try to not show those commands. I mean, not the commands, I mean the actual details, right? Like usernames and passwords. So let me check if I have something like this here. Okay, probably not. But let me check as well. Don't want to send me down a rabbit hole. Okay, it's expected, right? We will see how it goes, but yeah, depends. I hope that I don't have something. Cool, okay. Let's see, probably I don't have something to spoil, but yeah. So we have, as far as I remember, we can use a couple of tools. The one it's called SMB client and SMB map, right? Something like that. How to enumerate the port. But also we can use the how it's called, Hacktricks. Hacktricks, it's very useful site. So we can use also this one. Those mostly are for Windows machines. Yeah, SMB client. Let me see if there is something specific for Linux. And num for Linux, it's also for that. We will see. Let's check first SMB client. Yeah, for the null user probably. Or the anonymous user. Something like that. Let's start with SMB map. And we're gonna use our target variable for that. Okay, we found some shares, but there is no access for the null session. But we see projects, transfers, HP reception, so project and transfers. How we can leverage the anonymous user. So that's U and that's P. That's U for anonymous and that's P anonymous again, if I'm not mistaken. Still the same, so I'm expecting that to be the same. What else we can use? The SMB client as well. That's all it was. Get slash project maybe. Not the L. Yeah, SMB client, L. Null user. No password. Yeah, so the no pass argument is here. Come on. Maybe doesn't need those. Okay. Also CrackMac except can do that I think, but it's a Linux one, right? We will see how it goes. We don't want to mount yet. No pass without the L, so let me try again. This one. Not enough characters in service. Without this? No, we need this. No. Also, I can use the actual IP, but I don't think that matters. No, it's the same, okay. So why this is not working? It's not enough in service. The SMB map gave us some details, but the anonymous user doesn't have access. No. No pass, but let me search again for the SMB client. Let's see. That's N and okay. That's N as well. No. It was projects. It says denied. No. What was the other one? But we don't have access. I'm trying. Okay, transfer it was. But we don't have access at all. Interesting. The GNOME for Linux, is it applied here as well? Diffuse listing. Maybe the HP reception. Okay, let's try this one. And it asks for a password if it wants to do more. Okay. The listing ls, right? Okay. No such file listing. Okay, pwd. Okay, that's the current directory, But there is no listing? No such file listing. Listing not applicable. Mapping. Okay. SMB map has the same. The crack map exec also give us the shares, but we already know the shares. So besides SMB client, SMB map we can specify folder. Okay. SMB map that's our folder. The recursive and folder and R folder. Non-recursive, recursive list with R. So let's exit this one. SMB map that's R, and the folder was this one. Maybe this is working. No, argument R, but it was R folder. Okay, maybe this comes here. It's the R and the folder, right? Interesting. Let's see what the crack map exec does as well. Don't have crack map exec. Yeah, this curly box, it's resetted, so some of the tools are not there. Okay. Target. Same result. We already know those. Any other commands for that? How to specify the surname? No, that's the spy. Oh. Like no. Spider plus. Maybe we need this. Reception printer. What? No. I want this. This, come on. Silly copy. Let me grab it from here. Sometimes the copy it's not. I hate Tmax. When Tmax does that, I hate it a lot. And I'm not that, let's say, that good using the Vim commands. Do I need this? How we specify with crackmap exec the shared folder? Yeah, if we get a password, we can do stuff, of course. The SMP client, it goes like this. Okay, let me check this as well. And syntax is really important. Come on. This thing drives me crazy all the time. I cannot copy this. No? No listing at all. The other slashes? No. These ones? No slashes? Okay, sorry. Target. Okay, I was expecting something easier. And I'm pretty sure that from shares we can grab something, because it's the only thing that we have access. Just in case, I'm gonna search if there is any vulnerability for the SSH server, but I don't remember which version it's vulnerable, so I'm gonna search a little bit for that as well, just in case, if I could copy stuff. God damn it. What is always wrong with the copy thing? Okay, SSH exploit or something. There is one exploit, but we need to make sure that it's the correct version. Race condition. The 9.6p1. 9.6p1. Okay, it seems vulnerable. This version. But the race condition? Okay, that's interesting. Adding race condition in the server. The glib-based Linux system. The vulnerability allows to remote code execution as root. Okay. We know the CVE as well. Let's see what we can find more for that. Before 9.3p2. No. We have 9.6p1. Okay. But I'm curious to see what the race condition does here. IP and port. We provide those only. We make it more readable for you. Set up the connection. Send the packet. Send SSH version. Receive version. Send gex init. Receive gex init. Perform handshake. Prepare heap. Create fake file structure. Time final packet. Measure response time. Public key packet. Attempt race condition. Where is the remote code execution? Perform exploit. Okay, some attempts. Okay, that's, I don't think, success. Okay, attempts exploitation, but let's go to the readme again. Targets the SIG alarm. Harden race condition for that. Let's search more. The regression. The regression, yeah, I remember that vulnerability. Let's see more details. conclusion, no. Vendor, proof of concept. Versions from 8.5 P1 to 9.7 P1. So we are in the range of the exploited versions. So it looks like that. And we also have the CV number. Open SSH, regression, exploit, GitHub. Okay, here's the regression exploit. We need to compile it, target and port. Shellcode customization. To spawn, okay, so it's gonna give us a bus bug, so it's gonna start, okay. Looks promising. And one more thing to test the range of the as root as well. Okay, I think that's not the case. Directly as root. Where is the security advisory? Okay, here is the summary, okay. I don't think that we are in the range of the version. 9.2 P1 and we have 9.6 P1. I cannot verify if it's applicable for us, but also here it is a 9.6 P1. Okay, I'm gonna try it. Yeah, because from the shares, just what we try to see, even with the errors, we could only access the HP reception, but it was empty inside. Projects and transfers, we cannot test them. Yeah, we were inside with no pass for this specific folder, but after trying to make an ls inside or dir, it was returning status no such a file listing, so there is no listing for this folder and it's the only one that we can access. Yeah. Okay. Let me try this, but I don't think so. So I'm only gonna need this source code. This is specifically for 9.2p1. So that's why I have some doubts that it's not gonna work, because our version it's 9.6, but from this exploit, but this is for race condition, not actually the regression exploit. So that's a different exploit, but for it has a regression here. Yeah, I don't think that we are in the correct range of the version, but I'm gonna test it anyhow, just in case to see. Or maybe we should search more here. Unauthorized code execution for the OpenSSH server. Root? I don't think so that's the case for us. If I become root for this exploitation script before even go in the server, it's highly unlikely, so that's why I don't think so to become root from outside like this. And the box is rated medium, so I'm expecting some difficulty, but supposed to be not that easy. Let's verify again the versioning. There is also a scanner. Okay, let's start with a scanner. Yeah, to check if it's vulnerable or not. I think that's the first thing that we can do. If we check that it's vulnerable or not, we don't have to exploit it right away. We only need to check if it is or not. Save the file. Do Abducted. And the syntax, it's like this with the IP address. Okay, let's do that. We have the script here, and it only takes the target IP, right? Oh. Likely vulnerable. Okay. Okay, so it is vulnerable. Now we can use the regression script, but I don't believe it's gonna give us root access right away, but okay. This we need to generate our script, but I have a similar one. This one, it was easier, I think. Yeah, it only takes IP and port, but we need to compile the version here. Okay, let's download this as well. Cool. but I'm gonna use the cross-platform for that, and thankfully I have made an alias like this, so instead of typing the full this one, I have made an alias to this one, so it will compile as exploit. So here's the exploit, and then the target IP and port 22, except format error. That's awesome. That's the error when I get it's not correctly compiled. So for the sake of I'm gonna do it with a full x26, sorry, x26, yeah, this one, with a full binary file. Okay, that's the same, I hope. And then set format error. Oh wait, I don't need to compile it with okay, yeah. I'm not running it in the server, I'm running it from me, so I can use the regular GCC for that. Okay, my mistake. So yeah, so I'm not gonna share this binary to a server that needs to be compiled with a specific architecture. I'm running from outside, so my regular GCC is gonna work. Cool. Okay. Did some things, sent some packets. Still running. While we are waiting. And this said, this exploit. Let me see the readme again. And this is the regression one. Oh, maybe, okay. Maybe the wrong exploit I downloaded, but okay. We're gonna do it again. Doesn't seem to give us stuff. So I'm gonna go with this exploit because this is the regression one which give us the bin cell back. And okay, so download this one. And we need to compile it like this. Okay, I'm gonna cancel it. It's already cancelled. Okay. Maybe it is not regression. Cool. And then regression target port. Okay, so regression target and port 22. Similar actually. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, give us the same. Probably it's the same, but this has the bin bus exploit inside. IP. Okay, let's see the scanner of the author of the scanner. Maybe it has also the exploit for that. That's the check. Okay, only the check it has probably. Yeah, unfortunately. But here it was provided the scanner and okay, the original POC of the author. This is what we downloaded. Yeah, we had that. The payload is compiled. So it's a multi-step thing, maybe. So once you receive a success exploitation message, the message console automatically initiates the metaverse session. And catching the payload. Okay. So let's download this file. 9.6. So we are okay. We have double verified that our version of the SSH it's vulnerable. That's a good sign. Now we need to figure out the correct exploit to do it or how to do it properly. Okay. Scan port exploit vulnerability. I want to see what it does. Targets, results, lib exploit vulnerability. This lib, where it comes from? From exploit.s. Okay. There are some libs. And comment this part. So we need the compile of this one. This is how it works. Exploit vulnerability. So this must be here, the function. Yeah. Okay, so we need to compile this and we're gonna use the Python script to trigger the vulnerability from there. Okay, got it. So download this as well. And sub L. And that's the check. And after we compile, we have already compiled the XP. We uncomment those. this as well, and we define the exploit that we have compiled. For our case, it says .so. It's the specific lib, but glib, but we don't have the glib here, so it means like this. It means this one. Targets as a file. Okay, let's read the readme again. Exporting. So in general, this is the command that we need to run. Exploit part. Escalation process. Custom payload. Okay, that's the shell code. Yeah. We need to compile it as exploit.s. Oh, okay, I'm gonna do it again, this one. So this is gonna give us the exploit.so. Here it is. Cool. And in our Python script we have, okay, cool. And then the command, it's a simple Python and the port, but we need to change also the, and we're gonna put our target port. So that looks promising. Let's see what it does. Identify symbol. What? Line 16. Okay, that's weird. Let me try it again. The C types, this gives us an error. Identify symbol. Exploit vulnerability. So from the lib, we take it from here. Yeah, we compile it with this one. Okay. But there is the exploit vulnerability there, right? we have searched it. Yeah. Why does complaining and what attributor? Comment these parts. So this is also necessary and both two are necessary, right? Or this is for the archetypes and this is for the rest type. C types. Define the argument and return types. Maybe this type needs to be comment. Let's check again. Okay, it's the same error. So probably both need it, but why give us the error identify symbol? It is exploited, so actually, just to be sure, because we download a similar one, maybe there is some difference. I want to replace this one and recompile it again, just in case there is small differences. Cool. Yeah, there was a difference. Covered remote applications can take advantage of this flexibility from root privileges. Getting the reversal, so include the payload. Executing payload, catching the payload. Okay, we need to catch the payload differently. So we need to start the MSF console for that. But also, do we need to custom payload? We need to create and put it in the shell code. Yeah, we need to modify the file. Shell code. Yeah, we haven't replaced this with the actual shell code. Okay, got it. So that's why doesn't seem to work. So we're gonna do it. We need to create an MSF Venom for that. Come on. Our IP. Not what we want. Okay. Okay, here is a payload. Okay. So we have started the listener. We have customized the cell code. Let's see what is happening here. I didn't compile it. I need to recompile it because yeah, I always keep forgetting when I customize C language code. I forgot that I have to recompile it every time. So okay, we compile it now. We will see what it does. If it does something. Okay. Let's wait. Yeah, we expect to see a message. Exploitation successful. But let's see. And just to make sure, Probably the SMB here, it's not actually a rabbit hole, but it's not the initiate foothold hole to get in, but either also SSH. I'm a little bit confused. When I see shares, SMB shares, I'm expecting to somehow to find something, a credentials or some credentials or so, and then use those to have some initial access. We don't have a web application here, so yeah. Custom payload, okay. Then you define here the shellcode or import this. Okay. Takes some time. Still running. Oh, we did with SMB map. No? How we did it? To get into... Oh, no, with SMB client. Okay. So dir does nothing, ls does nothing. And this does not such file listening. That's interesting. I'm gonna know more about it. Okay, this is still running. The error typically indicates that a file or directory you are trying to access does not exist on the Samba server. To resolve this, check the path. What? HP reception. It's the printer. It's not a disk. Printer? Okay. That's why we cannot do it. So projects. We don't have access as we expected. Okay. Transfers. Same. And let me test also the last one. Oh. Connection refused. Listing. But it's the IPC service, but okay. So the two disks, we don't have access to them. At least without password. Later maybe. This still going. Oh wait. I don't remember putting the shell code like this. It's gonna work. Maybe I messed up a little bit here. Or I need to add it with oh, okay. Oh, I think it's okay. Okay, I think it's okay. Sometimes you need to put the bytes in the parentheses, but since the MS Venom asks for the format to be C, so we just copy paste this. So supposed to work. But instead also we can name it. The default it's buff, but I think with another argument, I don't remember now, the -v you can specify the name of the variable here. So by default it's buff, right? It's okay. And assign char cell code. So it looks okay. At least, yeah, it looks okay. But no progress for that. Takes a long time. At least it hasn't finished, still going. And if it was kind of race condition, take some time. But let's check a little bit the code, what it does. So the target sets the connection. What the Python file does, okay. Scan ports, exploit vulnerability. So the result for that, if it's successful, it's gonna give us exploit successful, or it's gonna say exploit failed if the result is not the return of the library exploit vulnerability, which is here. No, sorry. Return success or not success. Cool. So we're still waiting for a response, either successful or not successful. And since we have provided our own shell code from MS Venom, we expect to catch from MSF console here. We have set up the listener, so it takes some time. Okay, let's see how much time it takes. At least we expect to give us back a response for successful or not successful. Yeah. Okay. Takes a long time actually, but we expect a response, either true or false. So in this function that is being called, so it returns 0 and 1, success 1, success 0 and false 1. So we expect to see something, but it takes so long. Yeah. Any suggestions from the chat, guys? Linux Mobile, are you here? Or Gun Golf? Any other suggestions? We have verified that our version of the SSH is vulnerable. We have tried to enumerate the shares and we got nothing. Or at least maybe we should try. I should try more. And that's the only two things that we have. So one way or the other supposed to be. Enum for Linux, it's also, let me try it again. It asks for a password to complete, maybe anonymous. Okay, the anonymous password did something. Okay, maybe we have a a better estimation here. Give us more details. So the anonymous user worked a little bit. So that's promising. Okay, the printer. Minimum password length 5. This takes a long time, but no response. Let's hope that it's working on it and it's not. Okay, let me go back to hack tricks. And with the client, but this time I'm gonna give the dash u for anonymous, but the empty password, it is anonymous. I don't remember. It was projects. No U option. It's capital. And same for the P. Same for the password. This asks for a password. Anonymous. Access denied. Awesome. And what was the other shared? Transfer. Transfer. Anonymous. Access denied, either with anonymous user or not. So I don't see that much luck here. This keep going with no response. Send last byte. It has sent sometimes a few times. Too much times. Okay. And keeps going. And for the sake, I don't CV check. The CV check again. Server likely vulnerable. Maybe searching for another regression exploit. We know the CV, so let's search with CV 387. Yeah. Same POC. Okay. Okay, basically this is just a C code, which yeah, the Python script that we have used for the other exploit give us more functionality to scan multiple targets and stuff. So basically this code, if we replace the shell code here, and yeah, we could just run this only without the Python without the Python script. And this is the one that says no. So yeah, basically and this shell code just return a bin bash back. So yeah. Also, this is a cool one. So instead of receiving a MS Venom payload with a listener, we just expect to return back the bin bash, but it takes forever and doesn't return something. Maybe the SMB shares its rabbit hole. But the anonymous password help us, give us some more details. Since the minimum password length is 5, with probably the crack map exec can brute force things. Mm. This is also something we could try, but I think it's as a SMB relay attack mostly on Windows, right? SMB brute. Ah, this is also interesting. Let me also check this one as well. That was what I was talking about. So since the length password is 5, we can sm root. Yeah, brute forcing. This is another interesting, yeah. But the SMB brute, I don't know. Is that does it say something? Hope so, because if it wasn't available, probably script target. Yeah, for the real red teaming attacks, maybe it's not recommended because, of course, the attempts that it's gonna block the account or so. But here in the in this box, maybe it's applicable. I'm not sure. This keeps going. Let me check that I have recompiled it again. I think I did, right? Because we're waiting for nothing if it wasn't recompiled, but I remember I did it, right? I stopped it and I did it again. Yeah. I recompiled it before. Cool. And then run it. And yeah, here's our shell code. Replacing, yeah, with a heap. we keep getting resource temporarily unavailable, so basically we can run only this one without the Python, and the Python script does give us exploit successful or not. So targets, join targets, IP addresses. That's for multiple targets. We just run it. Okay. With one target. But we didn't define it in the exploit targets. Okay. Yeah, since we get the version back, it means okay that the target is okay, so don't worry about it, but keeps going. Should I cancel it and run it again? Let me also try this one more time. In the share was projects and with a user anonymous or empty user. This is denied. Yeah, and transfers or transferred. It was transfer. Yeah. Like the printer, maybe it's something that we could look. Maybe. Oh, guest. I haven't tested guest. Projects. No. Guest as well, it's not. SMB map. Maybe guest here. No access to guest user. Makes some sense. No luck with the exploit. None. Username none. Okay, let me run again the GNOME for Linux, but how to provide credentials for that? U and P. Okay. U for guest and P, and then I will try also anonymous. No. Why it's empty? Doesn't need doesn't catch the usernames. Why? That's U and that's P, right? Weird. Maybe guest. Oops, we have some users here. Did we get that result back before? Scott, Marcus. Wait, did we have these results back? We know, okay, Scott and Marcus, 2 users, local users. Did we get that back before? No. The guest, wait. Oh yeah, we get the Scott and Marcus before. Okay. So it wasn't the guest user that gave us that back. Okay. We got 2 users from this one, so we probably could brute force, right? And since the minimum password length is 5 characters, should be possible. Local groups, and also nobody as a user. So let me create a file. I hate when it does that. new file, and we have nobody. We have Scott. And Marcus. So we have some users.txt. We got some users. How I didn't see that? Okay. Yeah. Password complexity is disabled, so it is crackable. Okay. Scott Marcus. Okay. I don't see that does something. Probably another false positive or rabbit hole. Root. Okay, there is a script here, but I don't know at all that one. With Hydra. Yes. Let me also run this again. Here is the full SMB commands. Okay. Let me run this really fast as well. Do I have all the SMB wounds? Okay, false. Nothing for that. However, we got some users, so we can brute force. The dash L is for files, so user.txt, and big password list user shares checklist. Where is my checklist? What? Word list. Rock you? Maybe rock you. At least for now. And target. If I can type. Alright. Let's see. Error. Okay. Let me do it for one user. For example, Scott, right? Does not support SMB v1. Hydra. Error. Error. What was the error again? Does not support. Yeah, L for users. IP SMB. Okay. But we get an error. SMB2 module. So this module. Too many error connections. Okay. And why? Maybe they... Did I have search checklist? Where is my checklist? Checklists. I didn't have checklist. What? How is that possible? So checklist. Okay. Not user names. Discovery. Passwords. Corporate passwords. Okay, let's try this. Why only attempt error? Error connection refused while connecting to... Did I break it by... Oh. Because we ran this exploit for so long, maybe we broke the machine. Error refused. Error connection refused. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna cancel this. I think it's a false positive, or at least a rabbit hole. And maybe the initial foothold is through the SMB. And since we get a few users, we can brute force them or so. Yeah. Okay, maybe Hydra. It's not SMB. Hydra and what is this? SMTP, not SMB. Come on, SMB here. But since from the SMB brute we didn't get a result, probably it's not possible. But what is this tool? Do we have this tool? Legba. Legba. T1. Okay. But SMB2 doesn't support SMB2 module. Too many connections. Okay, I'm gonna try Legba. What is this? Cool. The passwords user shares sec list. What was again? Discovery. Not discovery. Passwords. And corporate dark code txt or common leak database. Stupid ones in production. That's also cool. Season corporate passwords for now. And username, this is gonna be target, but username only one. Okay, Scott. It is medium rated for sure. 30%, okay. Seems to work. I mean, it does something, which is cool. But let's see what we can do. Okay, it finished, but no results. Let me also check Marcus, and then we will try bigger word list. And I'm gonna try the Roku now. Is there a way for Legba to have a list of usernames instead of only one? Okay. The sec list, word list, Roku. Maybe Roku, it's a bit better. Okay. Goes really slow. Point 0.01. So this gonna take a while. Maybe can do it in parallel. To run both for Scott and Marcus. So user share word list rock you, and the username it's Scott, and the target is our target. Two in a row, at the same time. But it's gonna take some time. So I'm gonna run resource temporarily unavailable. So that's why it doesn't work. And what was the other one? Exploit. Scott. So Scotty has a user. I mean, it is a user, and it's a valid user because it asks us for its password. Brute force the SSH connection. Is that also a thing? So Hydra again, but this time SSH. Target corporate passwords, both users, 3 users. Or at least nobody. I don't think it's a user, so I'm gonna go with a Scott. Or maybe it is a user, but anyways, I'm gonna go with Scott for now. Just to focus on one user and try to crack him. Of course, if it doesn't go well, we can try also Marcus. Full brute forcing attacks. Awesome. SMB attacks, SSH attacks. Cool. Yeah, if there is no other way to get inside, or at least to get some foothold for that, so yeah, probably the only way to... Oops. What was that? Okay, so something moved. And I thought, okay. Yeah. Yeah, brute force is the last part of the... Last part, okay. yeah, we usually use brute force when every other technique has failed. So yeah. SMB and SSH brute forcing. Yeah. All right, let me have a short break. I will leave this open. I will just disable myself a little bit. Um, so yeah, we'll be back pretty soon, and we will see how those brute forces will give us something. Be right back, folks. right. Let's see what the brute forcing has done so far. It's gonna take a while, I know. What else? What else we need to do? We don't need the halter anymore. Let's go back to SMB. Have no access for the projects and transfers. But for this one, we got something with the SMB client. Maybe should focus more on this. SMB client. Not guest, but HP. Still not getting anything there. But it is a printer, it's not a disk. How we access a printer from SMB share? We know that the service is Samba. Samba SMB printer. A Samba printer is a printer that searches over a network using Samba software, allowing clients on different operating systems to send print jobs to it, okay? Using the server message block protocol. The setup enables seamless printing from Windows and Unix-like systems to a printer connected to a Samba server. Adding Samba SMB printer deployment guide. Samba CV. Okay, there is an exploit here. I mean a CVE and potentially an exploit. It's Chinese, but let's see. Full. Okay, guys. Okay. I'm out of here. So at least we got a CV for that. It's an RCE for Samba. And we have the CV for this, okay. That looks promising. And it's recently, this year. What? This is pretty recent. Okay, maybe it's the blog, it's written that date, but the CV it's 26, so it's also this year. But at least let's stop speculating and search for exploit for that, for the CV on GitHub, because most of the times GitHub all the Samba print command. Oh, what? That looks promising. And exploit.py, but let's check this one first. It's the same, okay. Samba print command injection. Oh. We need the Python Samba package for that. Airhost, lhost, lport, printer, and cmd. Oh, okay. HP reception. That's our printer. Interesting. Of course, a netcutter. A netcut. Sorry. You should get a cell as nobody. So our user nobody, it is a valid user. I thought it was maybe it's a false positive or something, because we also have Scott and Marcus. So nobody, it's an actually user. Okay. First of all, install the Python Samba package in order to run this one. That looks good. Oh, we already have it. Awesome. And then grab the payload, the exploit, sorry. Download it. Okay, let's have a look what the exploit does. Imports the sys and the arg parse, okay, to parse the arguments and the system library. Reversal, it's here, okay. The exploit, the air host and the printer. Cred sets to anonymous. Yeah, that's true, because we could access with this share with anonymous credentials. Binding the pipe, the spool SS, cool. Okay, it looks promising. And we can run cmd commands. Okay, instead of reversal, we can run commands. We prefer the reversal, but yeah. Reversal, how this is called, where it's called. If arguments, okay, if we provide the cmd, it runs cmd commands. Otherwise, it's gonna give us the reversal. And the L host, it's in the arguments. Is it? L host and endport. Cool. Oh, okay. That's very promising actually. How was the usage again? Yeah. The target IP, local IP, and okay. That looks good. So maybe we should stop the brute forcing now. Yeah, this will take forever. It's still 0.31%. It's gonna take forever. Okay, I'm gonna cancel it. Yeah, I don't think that we're gonna have luck. So we have the exploit.py here. Let me just check it. Yeah. So 444 is okay for us. Our local IP. And this is the target. Cool. And here we will run the Penelope with port 444. And cool. That looks promising, but let me do another check again. With pprof, we need to specify the dash p. Okay. Is it getting as a default the specific wait, and this it's 2 days ago. That's really soon. But that's okay. So our printer hack the box. Okay. Wait, the cyber geek. I know that guy. I have seen that guy on Hack the Box. Or girl, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But do we need to specify the printer? Yeah, printer is here. Yeah, we need to specify our printer. That's cool. And the exploit arc printer. Yeah. But the default, it says it's okay. That's what I was looking for. The default one, it's the one that we have, so it doesn't matter if I specify it or not. If we have another printer, probably we're gonna give it as an argument, but the default one, it works. Okay. And the exploit, yeah, we said it's a reversal like this. Cool. Let's see. Looks pretty promising. What? Yeah. We got a cell. Whew. That's awesome. And how lucky I am. How lucky am I? Because this POC was released 2 days ago. That's incredible actually. I didn't expect to have this one, but this is a known CVE. So lucky for us, for me, this exploit was released 2 days ago. Okay, and again guys, I choose the boxes randomly. I don't have any purpose to specifically go to a specific hack the box machine. I go by the names. I see the list of the retirement machines and I see the names. Okay, I target each time the difficulty And for today I said, okay, we're gonna do a medium one. So I search in the filter, I set the medium rating, and then I go by the names and I choose by the name. If the name gives me some hints or give me some, let's say, an impression that I like the name, so I choose that machine. So for today, I saw the Abducted and say, that's a cool name for a machine. Okay, let's choose this one. So how lucky am I to find this exploit that is released 2 days ago? Awesome. And we got a cell, but we are nobody. All right, we are nobody, so I don't expect nobody has it's actually doesn't have even a home folder for example, so we need to escalate home. Yeah, we only have, okay, we have Marcus and Scott are valid usernames. Okay, the enumeration from enum for Linux give us the correct names. Both 3 names are valid and we can confirm them. So it was a good call to, at least during the enumeration of SMB, to go with the enum for Linux tool. So it gave us the correct actually usernames. But yeah, my first thought was, okay, okay, if we cannot have access to any of the shares, okay, let's start brute forcing then. So that's why I started with the brute force. But then when I was enumerating the SMB and I saw the printer, I said to myself, okay, maybe we could look at it a little bit. So that's why I wanted to have a look while we try to brute force the usernames. And that was cool because it gave us something. Awesome. Okay, let's see now how we can move to one of these 2 usernames. So by default it gave us to the Samba spool. And is this what is this? That's our reversal. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So what is back? There is a cron here as well. There's syslog. Maybe we should also check this one. Permission denied, of course. It's only for the syslog. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. And everything is for root. So the Samba, which one has access to Samba? Okay. We cannot write, but nobody could write this one. Okay, that's interesting. Go back here. Let's see the cron if it has something. Cron tabs. Okay, there is a cron job there, but we cannot access it. Only cron tab does. Okay. Come on. And the mail. It's a directory, okay. Empty. Okay, let's move more backups. All right, some backups here. Alternatives, apt extend, depackage, hygiene. Okay. By the names, I don't see much things. What else? The OPT, the option one, empty. But we are under the vars, okay. Supposed to be empty. Supposed to be empty. Okay, it's not the option, the actual option is this one. Offsite backup. Oh, that's interesting. We have the rc clone conf and sync sh. Let me first see the sync sh, what it does. The air clone gets the configuration from that and sync the sv projects from the offsite projects. Okay, that's cool. But let's check the air clone config. We have a host, we have a user, and we have a password. That's awesome. Grab that and create a new file, notes. Oops, no. Save it as a notes. Awesome. But this password looks doesn't look like a clear text password. Okay, I will keep that here and get rid of all of those because all those tabs didn't give us much things, only rabbit holes. There is no close to the right. Close to the right. Okay, they have, okay, close multiple tabs, close tabs to the right. Psst. Yeah. And we also don't need that one. Cool. We have a password but doesn't look clear text. So does air clone password. Air clone password clear text. Cheat sheet for it clone CLI. Maybe it's useful. Cheat sheets. Air clone usage. Okay, let me ask also. Air clone does not support storing password in clear text for security reasons. Thank you. Yeah. Instead, it use a method called obscuring, which lightly encrypts passwords in the config file. Okay, so it's an encrypted password then. If you want to manage passwords without encryption, you can keep the config file unencrypted, but this is not recommended for security. Okay, makes sense. So does this is a encrypted password? Okay, how to decrypt the password or crack the obscure simple script to decrypt. Okay, the obscure encrypted password, plain text password. Clone obscure. Does D and give us the password. Okay. So we can encrypt and decrypt. The dash O is to obscure, to encrypt the password, and the dash D is to de-obscure, to make it. Okay, that's look promising. Equivalent to clone obscure. And it has requirements. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try this one. That looks promising. So we git clone this one. We go to the folder. We create a python-m venv environment. Do not mess with actual libraries. So we source this environment, and now we can pip install the requirements. So it only installs to that specific virtual environment, so it doesn't mess with our global libraries for that, which is better. So does D and give us the encrypted password. So python does D and we will decrypt this password. And we have a de-obscure password. Awesome. Let's save this as well. Awesome. We have a password. And the username is CVC backup. Does this user belong to the etc? So cat etc passwords, and then we pipe that user. We grep this user, sorry. We grep this user. There is not. But just to make sure, to all the password. No, there is no user for that. But we have a password and we can do a password spraying. This is how they call it for the Windows machines, where you use a password to a different account. So we're gonna use for Scott and Marcus, because those are two, or nobody. We don't have a nobody here. Nobody. We are already nobody, but okay, that makes sense. So, let's start with Marcus. I don't know. I like the Marcus name, so we're gonna change to Marcus. It was Marcus. Wait. was Marcus. It was Marcus, so we can change to Marcus to see if Marcus used that password. No, but let me also see. Okay, I have, because my copy pasting, yeah, I have some issues with copy pasting, so let me try again to make sure that no. Okay, maybe Scott then. Scott with double T, right? Yes. So Scott used that password. Scott, and the password. And probably Sue Scott, as we did, and SSH Scott. Both ways work, but as we have mentioned to the other also streams, it's easier to shoot to that user instead of using the SSH. Okay, depends how you would like to do it, but I prefer to do it like this because I'm already in a session, so we pivot to the other user easily. That was cool. So Scott has a homepage, home folder, sorry, and he has the user. Awesome. We got a user. I'm so excited. That was very tricky. Took me a while to do it, so I will rate it a bit hard. Well, depends. Your enumeration. I need to keep in mind every time. Okay, I'm gonna do it medium. But always I look stuff in the enumeration and I skip those kind of enumeration techniques and say, okay, it's not gonna be that one. And every time I say this phrase, it's the way to get in the server. Remember our previous my previous stream when I said okay, the email folder, it's not gonna be from the email folder, right? An email, and at the end it was the email folder that gave us the udisk keyword, so we could search for that one and find the privilege escalation. So I'm not gonna do that in the future again. So every time I see something and I say okay, put it in the list, because of course while you're enumerating you find a lot of things to enumerate, so I will put it in the list to give it a try later. But every time I said it's not gonna be that way, and every time it's that the way to get in. This happened again today when I saw the printer and say the printer, okay, I don't think so it's gonna be the printer, and the printer it was. So never skip anything in your enumeration. If it sounds stupid or whatsoever, put it in the list, and when you finish all the enumeration tasks that you have scheduled, go and do that as well. So I'm gonna go with medium rating, because depends on your enumeration, how good you can enumerate, or at least if you enumerate, how hard to be to find all the enumeration steps. But I think it's medium. Awesome. Okay, we got the flag from the Scott. Let's see what Scott can do. Does it have anything with the sudo? It asks for the password. We know the password, so let's give it the password. But Scott may not run sudo on this server. Okay, so maybe, so that means that we need to escalate to Marcus. Something like that. What Scott could see on that server? The OPT server here, it's the backup where it helps us. Okay, I'm gonna run a limpis here to see what Scott can do and see how possible it is to change, to pivot, to escalate to Marcus. So, stop this as well. I'm gonna copy from my OPT the link piece. Okay, oh, it was there already. Here. So, link piece, it's here. I'm gonna start a Python server. And I'm gonna grab this here as well. So, which curl? We have a curl, that's awesome. So curl HTTP with our IP and slash lin piece dot sh, that was the name. Yeah, with one S, sorry. Lin piece, and then I'm gonna pipe it to bus or to sh, so it will also run it at the same time. Cool. What? Oh. Is available, ping is available, bus and netcat is available. Okay. Let's have this as a full screen, so we can read at the same time the results of the scan. And I hope in this way we will find some, let's say, ways to change to Marcus, or at least what Scott can do on that server. Maybe he can run something where we can leverage pseudo version vulnerable again. Okay. Environment variables. Okay. Come on. It jumps a lot. Okay, where were I? Kernel modules information. Kernel exploits are not working here. Oh, maybe the dirty flag. Okay. We will keep that in mind. No, that's not what I did to do. God damn it. Alright, that was one. Maybe we will have a look at it. Containers. Okay. No cloud. Processes. That's interesting. Okay. The root user. That's our reversal. And here that we have changed to Scott. And Scott has done these ones. System. Okay. Processes didn't give us much. Okay. Okay, I totally missed the chat, so Linux Mobile, glad for you to be back. Oh, I saw one of your previous messages. You suggest me to check if it's vulnerable with a specific ping command and receive it from and check it with TCP dump. Yeah, maybe it was a cool idea to do it, but thankfully we got access, so the exploit worked like a charm. So we are in and we are already Scott. So I'm trying right now to figure out how to change from Scott to Marcus, or if Scott has the ability to do a privilege escalation, so to become root. So yeah, and I just ran the limpis to do some basic enumeration with root with the Scott user privileges to see what he can do. Okay. Default credentials never do that things for us. But why it jumps too much further when it finishes? So I need to go back at the top again. Sometimes I wait to finish and I do from bottom to top enumeration. I mean read the enumeration. But yeah. And I do that also for code reviews. And I'm calling it reverse code review. So you go back, you see where it ends up the parameter, and then you go back from bottom to top to review the code. But anyways, where was I? in the beginning. We saw those processes. Okay, here I was. Proceed with unusual configurations. DHC client, okay. Dump credits from memory as root. Alright. Open files by processes. Okay, I have 20 minutes to resolve this one. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, but if I don't, this is for tomorrow's stream. So we're gonna have, of course, a part 2 for this one. But let me at least check what in 20 minutes what I can do, because tomorrow it's Monday and it's a working day and it's already past my bedtime. So yeah, please bear with me. I need to work also tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna continue tomorrow probably for the privilege escalation, but let's have at least for the rest 20 minutes to see what we can find, to structure a little bit our enumeration. So tomorrow when I come back, I have some progress already, or at least a structured progress what I have to do. Cron job lists. There are some cron jobs. Yeah, cron tab as well. Packages. Placeholder. Okay, everything is green. I will... Oh, they are green, but placeholders. Okay, yearly. I will put it as note. You never know. And I'm not gonna do the same mistake every time to skip something, and every time it is what I need to do. But I need to fix this silly thing with the copying. Drives me crazy all the time. Okay. Previous checks that we need to do. Put some numbering here. System timers. Services. Regular services. UDisk service. Okay. SMB service. Yeah, the Samba daemon. Okay. Maybe we should check as well this one. Maybe it's supposed to be something there. I mean, it was the initial foothold, but you never know. Keep that as a note, of course. If I can copy. to check the service as well. Disable services. Additional services. We can write on system path, okay. System information. No capabilities, no services running as root. Services with the written paths. Unix socket analysis. Sockets, yeah, are difficult to exploit. The dbus analysis. SMB service runs as root. Okay. We saw that in the file directory, in the directory of the offsite backup, everything was root created. So makes sense. System services, dbus, okay. Cron tab UI not found. Networking, routing and policy, hosts, active ports, DNS, SMB, SSH. So nothing runs locally. So no service locally, host web or service that we can use for that. Okay. IP tables, no permissions, internet access, proxy discovery, user information. Okay, we are Scott. No keys, GP, G keys, PGP files, TrustDB. Okay, cool. No sudo l. We checked that the first thing that we did. Sudo tokens, directory perms. Okay. Do as config not found. all user groups. Yeah. No SSH session so far. Tmax sessions. Without password, yeah. Imagine Marcus with no password. I don't think so. I'm gonna test it, but I don't think so. Curl base64 sudo wget netcat nc perl ping python 3. Awesome. We know that. Cats hashes Samba private secrets. No, that we used that, but it's root. And there's sync examples. PAM files. Okay. LDAP files, queuing files, postfix files, default those, Samba files. I'm gonna keep those as well. You never know what we can find there. As sub for that. Logon script, create mask directory, yes, okay. DNS files. Oh, yeah, I will check the history of Scott, or maybe you can see it here. Trace protection is enabled. No MySQL credential files or exec. Vulnerable to back to the root package kit. It's vulnerable raids. Okay, that's also interesting. Oxico, thank for the raid. 16 people. Oh, that's awesome. And thanks for the following. Welcome, welcome, raiders. And I'm pretty close to my goal for 40 followers. So only 10 left. So thank you so much, Oxico, for that. So welcome, raiders. I'm Nikolaos, and I'm doing right now the Abducted box from Hack the Box. I have already got the user flag, and now I'm doing the enumeration part to escalate the privileges and get root. So the path was tricky to get in, so yeah. It's kind of, yeah, it was kind of difficult, I could say. But yeah, right now we are Scott, and we enumerate the system as Scott to see what Scott can do. My theory is that we have 3 users. We started as nobody after we exploiting the Saba service. Then we escalate our privileges to Scott, by finding an encrypted air, how it's called again? The air clone. We found an air clone configuration, and using that script here we decrypt the password, and the password worked for the Scott user. So yes, now we are Scott, and we are enumerating the system as Scott to see what Scott can do. And right now I'm just keeping notes what I have to check. So yeah, I have run the link piece. That's the results from link piece. So I'm following the results and try to keep some notes how I should order my privilege escalation and what things I have to do. So the link piece has already shown two vulnerabilities, late vulnerabilities from 2026, the pack the root, and of course the dirty flag. So I'm keeping the notes here, so I should also check those as well. Okay, let's continue a little bit the enumeration to check what else we have. Package key daemon reachability, cool. Uncommon password files. Screen for Scott. Okay. These passwords are also interesting. I will keep them as a note to look them, of course. SSH files also, that it's good to check. Permitted look login, yes. Okay, so okay, good to know. SSH agents. The SSH config. Host allowed. Tmax sessions. Oh, there is a Tmax session here. Tmax. That's also interesting. I will keep that a note as well to check the Tmax. Interesting permissions. Okay. Capabilities. Processes with capabilities. Okay. All right. Too much red here. Wow, they are too much. Okay, worker. Okay. I have never seen something to be exploitable from these ones. Okay. Some broken here stuff. Alright, let's go here as well. Oh. The snapd. The snap, it's for install packages. Has some capabilities, okay. Alright. Okay. User flag from Scott. Got that. That's the interesting part, to see which files owned by Scott and Scott can write there. Okay, that's interesting. The transfer and the project folders. Oh, that's interesting. According to our enumeration, the first enumeration from the initial foothold, we saw that we have projects folders and transferred folders as a shared folders for SMB. And now Scott can write to those projects. So that's interesting. So I'm gonna keep that as a note as well. I'm gonna keep it as a note, this as well, because this is interesting. Scott can write, read and write, of course, read and write here. So that's awesome. This is a nice hint, actually. Okay, let's keep up. Groups. What is that Python file? Python file. Probe. I'm gonna keep this as well. System. I don't know what this is, so I'm gonna have a look. No readable root owned. Okay. Get text. Another thing. Okay, another interesting file. Keep that as well as a note. Okay. We know that we have already seen that backup file. Modified existing files. The temp folder, that file. Okay, second time that file appears, so thankfully I got it in my notes. Syslog configuration. A lot of red here. Log files. Audits. The message. Okay. Those looks normal to be there. Yeah, the bus history also, it's 0, so I don't have to look at it. Yeah, sometimes in the bus history you can find a lot of information, some last commands or so, but yeah, always check if it's not 0, so you can check something inside there. No other files inside the other home, at least that we have access as code. Backup folders. I checked the vars backup and those looks normal. Other backup files. Those look normal as well. Searching tables inside the readable, so databases. Those are default ones from packages. So nothing interesting to look on those. Let's see. Thanks for the follows, by the way, and sorry if I missed someone following me. Okay, no web files. Relevant hidden files. Pass lookout. Okay. The temp folder has the backups here. No, has this as well. CF31, that was the case. Yeah. We need to look at this Python file. Passwords, credentials. They look default. No TTY sudo passwords, no default logs. Variables. Environment variables. Looks normal. And that was the scan. Cool. So we have interesting things to look at right now. However, unfortunately, guys, thank you so much for being here. But I am streaming right now for 4 hours with a very small break, and it's past my bedtime. I'm working tomorrow, so I have to wake up early, so please bear with me. I'm located in the Netherlands, and right now in Europe, of course, and in the Netherlands. Right now the time here is midnight, and I'm streaming from 8 o'clock 4 hours straight with a very small break just to go to the toilet. So please bear with me. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for being here. I'm streaming almost every day at 8 o'clock set Central East Central Europe time. So I will be also tomorrow. I have plans to do the part 2 tomorrow for this case, for the escalation of privileges. I have some notes and some of those are really promising. I'm not gonna go with the kernel exploits with a dirty flag. I mean, I will do at the end. First I need to check also other stuff that I have keep as a note, which are a bit promising. For example, the shared folders here that look promising. I have to check what are there, and Scott can read those folders and files. So that's one interesting thing I'm gonna look tomorrow. This really weird Python file. Okay, I'm gonna do that for now because just I'm gonna cut this file to see what is going wrong with this. Okay, what is this? Signal. C types. Port C types, okay. Maybe that folder, that file came from vulnerable splice page Python runtime probe. Maybe this came from the exploit that we ran at first to get back here. Okay. I'm not getting something right now, but it's in my list. If the other stuff will not give me something, I should have a look. But yeah, this is promising. Okay, some uncommon files with password. Okay, I don't have much faith for those, but should check them if we can find the password there. And the other kernel thing, yeah, the kernel exploit, I will skip that as well. I will keep it only at the end. And of course the Samba configuration, which is the main reason we got in. So maybe in the Samba configuration there is something that we can use for that. So thank you so much again, guys, for being here. I really appreciate it. Thanks again for all the follows. I will have I have to end the stream right now. It's been so long when I started this stream. If you are interested to check out what will be the next exploitation part for this machine, feel free to join the stream tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Europe, of course, time. And yeah, thanks for the follows. Thanks the Oxyco for that, for the raid as well. So yeah, that was it for today. And again, thank you so much for being here. As always, I would like to introduce you to my site, pentester.tv, where you can see when I'm online. I'm streaming on both platforms, Twitch and YouTube. Also, if you visit the pentester.tv, you will see a small capture the flag challenge for you guys. It will go to this terminal, so there is a hidden flag in this terminal. Feel free to play around it. You will have all the instructions here how to submit the flag. So, and after you submit the flag, you find the flag, you will see a badge here at the title of the terminal that says that you have solved the challenge. So you will have the confirmation. You can always reset the challenge and redo it again, but I think, okay, if you do it once, you will not, you don't want to do it again. I'm planning to keep that escalating the difficulty, so yeah, for now it's kind of easy to find the flag, but in the future I'm planning to make it a little bit more difficult. So depends, but yeah, feel free to play around with this flag. Also, I would like to invite you to my Discord server for this initiative. So if you visit the bottom social here, you can see the Discord channel. Discord channel at right now it's kind of a bit empty, so feel free to join so we can start populate the server. You will find there categories that you can contribute. Especially if you are in the industry, if you are a pen tester, security engineer, or anything related to our industry. So yeah, if you would like, please join the server, the Discord server as well. Also, you will find the LinkedIn page for this initiative, Pentester TV. Also, if you would like to connect with me, I will share and I will let you know about my LinkedIn page where we can connect if you would like so. Also, you will find the X page for that on Twitter. Also, I have created a TikTok. TikTok, I have left it a little bit behind, but also I'm planning to upload some shorts there, or kind of shorts, small videos like tutorials, the same as for the YouTube channel. So you can visit also the YouTube channel, where you can, if you would like to subscribe there. And it's also a video storage for all my streams I have streamed so far, so feel free to visit those as well. And subscribe also there, it will be much appreciated. And yeah, that's for the Pentester.tv initiative. So, thanks again for being here. Thanks for all the follows. And I hope I will see you tomorrow. So till then, enjoy yourself. Stay healthy, stay sharp, and I will see you in the next one. Take care.